I'm here, y'all. I'm gonna get the stream shared out to the page. Trying to do everything at once here. Point compete, y'all better get ready. Alright, I had to get everything shared over on the main page. Alright, so portions of East and West Feliciana and Point Capee and northern West Baton Rouge Parish and western East Baton Rouge Parish. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 10:30. That was a tornado warning. Relay that. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 11 p.m. Portions of West Baton Rouge, West Feliciana, East Feliciana, Point Capee, and portions of Wilkinson County, southern Mississippi, portions of western East Baton Rouge Parish. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Lake Ophelia National Wildlife Refuge to Prairie Run, moving east at 45, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and penny-sized hail. Locations impacted include, but are not limited to, the surrounding areas around the following towns and cities: Zachary, New Roads, Jackson, St. Francisville, Livonia, Maringouin, Woodville, Fort Oaks, Morganza, Norwood, Wakefield, Spillman, Bachelor, Irwinville, Lettsworth, Fort Adams, Dolorosa, Lottie, and Crosby. Torrential rainfall is occurring with these storms and may lead to localized flash flooding of roadways. Tornado threat continues to be very real. In fact, let me switch over to Hammond because I can start zooming in on this stuff here. Yeah, there she is. Looking up at about 7,400 feet. Still a ways out. I have a better look from Fort Polk at it. There she is, right there. Just on the northeast side of Washington, Palmetto, Port Barry, along Highway 71, in between Palmetto and Port Barry. You need to be in your safe spot right now. Ah, put it here. Let's see what we got. Radar can only see down to about 5,300 feet, so we got a blind spot there. That's about 58 miles away from the Fort Polk radar. Even further to the Lake Charles at 71 miles, and Hammond 82 miles. So Lake Fort Polk radar is the closest. So we really can't see what's happening below 5,000 feet right here with this stuff to toss up. But if you guys remember earlier when I mentioned that, and I was pointing this out on future radar, you've got these little notches in here. There's one there, one down here, and that's where you're going to get your QLCS tornadoes spinning up. And that's the science of it. This one's headed straight for Lafayette. Let's go back over here to Lake Charles radar. It's a little bit closer there. Let's see if we can get in here. Yeah, right in that area. Just south side of Rain, south of Highway 90. Heading for Doosan. Doosan, Scott, Karen Crow. Depends on if this kind of stays on the southern side of the polygon. It's probably going to skirt I-10 in the Lafayette area. It's definitely going to cross I-10. Where remains to be seen. Don't see a CC drop there. Let's just look at some stuff here. That's where that's at. That's 50 miles from the radar, so um, 4,300 feet is all we can see down. Again, if you're under tornado warning, go ahead and get in your safe spot. Down here in Vermilion Parish, kind of headed in the general direction of Forked Island and Intercoastal City. Another little bit of spin here north of it. Line's holding its own. James Johnson, is this tracking towards Watson? Well, yes, it is. Well, hey, Christy. What's up, stranger? Yes, y'all been under tornado watch. That's going to go until 9 o'clock. However, just about on the back side of this, so you're just about in the clear. So the worst of it's just clearing your area. depending on where you are in relation to Crowley. But some heavy rain, some rumbles of thunder, some gusty winds. Uh, the tornadic threat is already past you in Crowley. Down here, right along the Paris line between Lafayette Paris and Acadia Paris, it's coming across in Lafayette Paris now. And then you got the other one up here south side of Palmetto. That's headed for Point Capee. Like I've been saying that there would be, and there is now, a lot of these little small mesovortices and these notches in the squall line that, with the amount of shear in the atmosphere and backing winds to an extent, that are letting this stuff spin up and get surface based, bloom. So whether any have touched down tonight out of the Christ dozen and a half so tornado warnings that have been out already today, uh, we won't know that until the National Weather Service sends their survey teams out and looks at damage tomorrow. Lake Charles got nailed. I don't know if one touched down, but they got a lot of damage over there. It got pretty bad. Vernon, Beauregard Parish, a lot of western and southwest Louisiana got rocked earlier. But for them, thankfully, the severe weather threat is long since ended. Cheneyville, roof blown off a home. Ball, trees down. Glenmora, or Union Hill, trees down across roads. DeRitter, trees down and power outages. Longville, numerous reports of damage with a possible tornado debris signature. I haven't seen nothing out of Lake Charles yet, and I know they got damage. I've already heard some of the personal reports from up there. So uh, this line ain't letting up either tonight, folks. It is definitely holding its own. Uh, the only good thing is that it's in and out relatively quickly. 45 minutes max. Once that leading edge hits you, you got about 30, 45 minutes, and then you're in the clear after that. So it's moving east at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. But it is producing a lot of strong spin, and tornadoes can pop at any time. And there's a reason that the watch is extended all the way into southeast Louisiana, or portions of southeast Louisiana. So um, while I'm looking here, let me go check and see something real quick here. No new mesoscale discussion, so they're definitely not talking about anything being issued downstream. Look at the watch status reports here. So it may begin to weaken once it gets into the Baton Rouge metro area. However, it all remains to be seen. So again, there's a moderate threat for EF2 plus tornadoes with this stuff, and severe wind, as well as a moderate risk for standard EF0, EF1 weak tornadoes. Um, The northern extent, as far as tornadic activity, seems to be quieting down. Um, right now, the focus is on Acadiana and uh, portions of southwest Louisiana down there in the Vermilion Parish. Two little spinners down there in Vermilion Parish, basically making a beat on Forked Island, Intercoastal City, Henry, Erath, maybe if it turns that way, keep an eye on it to see. And then over here, south side of Doosan, there's a little something there that's prompted the warning there. Uh, Weakening here. Still a little something there, but let me switch over to Hammond radar since that's closer in this area here. So still a little too far out. We'll go back to Fort Pope and give us a little better look up here near Melville. Now between Krotz Springs and Melville or Elba, if you're in that area, east of Highway 71, or in between 105 and 71, you used to probably be on high alert because you are under tornado warning for the moment. So we'll see if they issue a downstream warning for Point Capee, which Point Capee for the moment is not in that tornado warning. However, it is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Well, no sooner than I spoke it. There it is. So National Weather Service in New Orleans has just issued a brand new tornado warning. That's going to go for Fort Oaks, Glen, Jarrow, New Road, St. Francisville, Baines, Morganza, Ravenswood, ETA Morganza 1040, New Roads 1045. So you got a little bit of time. The severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and straight line wind damage and are located near Palmetto, moving east at 40 miles per hour. And you got to remember, tornadoes are extremely difficult to see and confirm at night. But don't wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now if you've been put in the warning. So I just gave you some ETAs there. Uh, Morgan's around 10:45, New Roads, Jarrow around 10:45, Morgan's 10:40, New Roads and Jarrow 10:45, Glen probably about 10:50 ish. Same with St. Francisville, probably around 10:40, 10:45, somewhere in that time frame. Dang frog in my throat. Again, this line is as long as it's producing uh, tornado warning segments with decent rotation. I've seen stranger things happen over my years. I've seen lines like this when they get out over the Atchafalaya, and then it just fizzles. Poof, gone. Into nothing. And have, Rock Lafayette, 60, 70 mile per hour winds, and then it fizzles over the Atchafalaya. I kid you not. I've seen it more than once. So Um, Everybody's asking if it's going to weaken before it gets into Baton Rouge and Livingston Parish, etc., Gonzales, Ascension Parish. Uh, Look, as of now, I say no, just based on everything that I'm seeing with it. So um, take it for what it's worth. Be on your guard, regardless. You got another tornado warning up here for Wilkinson. That's going to include the town of Wilkinson, Leslie, uh, Woodville. You're not in that particular warning, but stay alert. Same with Laurel Hill and Wakefield. Um, these little notches, if you will, are popping up all along this line, and you get sufficient inflow, and you get that spin in the atmosphere, and then you get that rotation in that area, and voila, tornado warning. So it took it long enough for it to get filled in. Paying like $20 a month to have that feature. And it should be near instantaneous. See, on Weather Studio, it is instantaneous. We get the outline plus the uh, interior coloring of the polygon. So Wilkinson, New Road, well, Point Capee, portions of West Feliciana, tornado warning. And that's going to go until 11 p.m. So you got about 35 minutes or so. And I always use Lafayette as a point of reference to measure distance from there to here. But in something like this, I basically plot from Baton Rouge straight across now, and the leading edge of this line is only about 30, 35 miles west of Baton Rouge proper, downtown Baton Rouge. It's got about an hour. It's 10:30, 11:30. It might get here and here a little quick, but then I told y'all midnight, give or take an hour either side of that. So I think that's pretty damn spot on. And we were calling for that yesterday as well, that time frame. So, um, oh man, still got it. Love me or hate me, I still got it. Let's look down here at Lafayette. May have to switch over to Lake Charles. That's pretty gnarly there. Pretty nice little couplet there. Let's see, switch down to Lake Charles. I'm bouncing around with this software so I can get a better idea. Nearly, nearly 60 miles from Lake Charles. It's even farther from Fort Pope. Yeah, 72. That's looking up at about 7,300 feet, and you got a nice couplet at 7,000 feet. So, and that's the lowest tilt. We can't see any lower than that from there. So, um, we'll switch back to Lake Charles right off in a moment here. What you're looking at here with these red and greens, this is not rainfall. I'm looking at the wind. Just like the suits, I have the ability to deep dive into these storms and see exactly what they're doing. That's pretty telling right around Melville, Ravenswood. Anybody's watching from that area, you have people in that area, they need to be in their safe spot. This one's dangerous. Whether it actually produces a tornado or not, that remains to be seen. But you're definitely going to get nailed wherever that area of rotation passes over. You're going to get nailed with some good winds. We got hey, they expired. So now we're down to two active tornado warnings for our area. We'll see if any of this southern plank down here gets tornado warned. There's still some areas in there. I wouldn't be surprised if you see more from Lafayette southwestward down through Vermilion and out to the Gulf there. It's got a lot of fuel to pull from, and look at it, and the radar only goes down so far. Look at all these storm reports in the Houston area and Beaumont and Galveston. Good Lord, and that's not all of them. Boy, they got nailed over there. Holy cow! 45, 45. These are wind reports. The orange ones are storm damage. Oh, in Pearland, I got a buddy that lives over there. He's actually a first officer on 767s for UPS. I have to text him and make sure they're all right because he's home from flying for the moment. All right, two brand new warnings. And these are tornado warnings. Didn't figure it'd take them long. They're not shaded in yet, but they will be here momentarily. As for Lafayette and down there for Vermilion, Paris, and portions of Iberia. If you're in the warning polygon areas, you've already gotten the alerts on your phone, provided they're set up properly. You get the emergency wireless alerts. If you don't have them, tornado or flash flood warning enabled, it's not going to alert you about severe thunderstorms, but it will about tornadoes. The newer ones, if it's major severe thunderstorms, like winds in excess of 75 miles per hour, then it'll alert you. But other than that, you're just going to get tornado and flash flood warnings. So if you're set up right and you've got that alert, you should be in your safe spot. You're getting ready to get in your safe spot. It doesn't look all that impressive at the moment. Sporadic stuff right on the south side of Forked Island. We've been watching that. And then this one over here, really nice. So right over the Melville Ravenswood area, and that's headed toward it. Looks like more of a northern edge of the polygon hugger there. So that would put Morganza, St. Francisville, and Baines, maybe New Roads in the crosshairs of that particular segment of it. Uh, that area rotation may stay to the north of or north side of New Roads, but it's making a line for St. Francisville. So uh, just giving you an early heads up, a little more detail in here. But regardless of where that rotation's at, anything can pop up as it's riding up to the northeast. So within this line, so just remember, if you're in the polygon, respect it. And I can tell you, oftentimes you're going to hear the winds and the rain, and then it's just going to get like really silent. and then the winds come. And if you're a dummy like me that likes to crack the door open when you hear that phenomena, when it's in that silent mode, and you're looking at leaves and crap flying all over the place, like hundreds of leaves, you're like, nope, slam the door shut, lock it, head for the under stair closet. Did that twice since I was living here. The first time I lived here at this place. Once was 2014, once was 2015. Again, you're not going to see these because they're embedded in intense rain. So don't sit there like a dummy and try to look out your window and see if you can see it coming. You're likely not going to see it. You'll see sheets of rain. You may see the rain going sideways. If you do, probably already too late. You might want to crawl and get in that bathtub. That's the safest place in a home. Bathroom in the tub. You hunker down the best you can. And to be honest, the National Weather Service really needs a remote radar in Lafayette or south of there. St. Martinville, maybe, something like that. Maybe down there, New Iberia. Something to bridge the gap between Lake Charles and Hammond. Because between the two radars, it's still too far a distance. And a radar down in New Iberia would allow for seeing a lot farther out into the Gulf. So, I don't know. The government's spending our money on everything and everything except what it should be used for. And trust me, these idiots can find the money. All the fraud they found, waste they found, they can afford to put new radars up. The new phased array radars, not these old Doppler WSR 88s. Oh, what's that? Hold up, y'all. I got the blinds pulled up on the front window and the curtains open up about a foot. And what do you know, raccoon's sitting there staring in, and Emma's sitting there mean mugging it, froze solid. Oh, these critters around here. It's bad enough we got one of the strays here. I should say homeless cat. Well, they're not homeless because we all take care of them, but resident felines. There's one neighbor named him Monkey when he was a baby because he liked solid black, like to curl the tip of his tail. He got a swagger when he walks, just like the spider monkeys you see in the zoo. And he would get up on the outside ledge of the window and taunt Emma, and I'm sitting out back, and she goes nuts. So I come running inside, thinking somebody's outside, because she don't bark for anything. And there's Monkey sitting there in the window. I'm like, Urgh. I need to get me a super soaker and blast him for that every time he does it. Anyhow, life in the Barry here in Baton Rouge. So anyhow, I'm glad we got some people coming over from the page. Um, your hot water heater's in the attic. Yeah. Well, think of it like this: if the roof gets ripped away, it's probably going to take the water heater with it. So you probably won't have to worry about it. Baileykins. I'd say 50-50 right now. Given that it's holding its own, it's still producing tornadic storms. Um, right now, I don't see any new mesoscale discussions, so I think they're taking a wait and see approach to it on whether they extend it, and they may not even publish a mesoscale discussion. They just hatch a few more parishes and counties onto the current watch, which would cover Tangi, Washington, St. Tammany, uh, probably New Orleans, St. Charles, St. James, St. John the Baptist, Assumption, probably St. Mary. Um, I'll bring it up and I'll show you where the current one's at. Assumption's already in it, so is St. Mary. So if they extended it, it wouldn't be by much. It, that's if it weakens like it was forecast, but I'm not so sure it will. It may. We just got new warnings just got posted. They're not even highlighted yet. And this one's for St. Martin, Iberia, portions of St. Mary. That is a severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to go until 11:45 p.m. for the next hour. Primary hazard 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That include Lafayette, New Iberia, Abbeville, Catahoula, Breaux Bridge, Franklin, St. Martinville. Don't ask me to slow down. Keep up. Jeanerette, Krotz Springs, Freshwater City, Orchid Island, Intercoastal City, Cypremore Point, Pecan Island, Avery Island, Broussard, Youngsville, Baldwin, Erath, Delcam, and any towns around those that I just mentioned, more than likely in that. So, and then just to give you an idea, they just consolidated. So, from one tip to the other, this entire severe warning line stretches 176 miles. Oh, God. The ratio. This ain't no derecho. we was seeing a derecho, we'd be solid 70, 80, 85, 90 mile per hour winds. Some of y'all remember that last one that came through here. That was pretty stout. The year before last? 2023 maybe? Right, so I can't even keep up anymore. I could always went back on Facebook and reviewed some of the old live streams, but after 30 days, Facebook deletes them. They're doing it's for everybody. I've lost literally terabytes of all of our live streams across all four pages, and that historical weather data is gone forever. So anyhow, ain't this ain't this fun? I'm actually bored. I mean, y'all know me. I used to live for this. Now I'm just like, man, I don't want to sit here in front of the radar, but giving advanced heads up of people that are downstream in the path, making sure you guys are safe. That's my thing. I don't know if any of the suits are live, but usually in these events, I'm one of the only ones that stays live throughout the whole event. And it's weird doing it on YouTube because the setup is wrong. I can't see the chat for some odd reason. I have to go to my phone and read the chat. Balikins, if there's been any confirmed tornadoes, which there haven't, then um, yes, they were short lived. All right, sissy, go ahead and go get y'all some sleep. You wasn't paying attention. I've been knowing you what, over 20 years, and you still don't pay attention. You're still hard headed. Early 219. Hey, Miss Mary, yeah. No, this was after that. I remember that one. Brittany, to be honest, with my health, I may not wake up tomorrow morning. I may take a turn and be in a hospital in the morning. I can't, you know, I don't have hardly no energy no more. And dealing with my back, plus my heart issues and everything else going on, you know, and than my lungs. Um, it is what it is. It's been a good run though. 15 years on Facebook, and that's pretty good. I was out in Broussard. Yeah, y'all are rocking over there in New Roads now, and y'all are still under tornado warning. Um, Let me switch over here to Hammond radar where I can get a better look at the New Roads issue. And there it is right there. That's right along Highway 1, west side of New Roads. There's your little notch right there. Doesn't look all that impressive, but it's still there nevertheless. And I don't see the CC drops. I don't think anything's on the ground. SRV, there it is, clearly defined circulation, but uh, it may or may not drop onto the ground. You never know. Mother Nature's like a drill press of tornadoes down here. She could turn that wheel and drop it down and screw you good, or she may just tease you, drop it down halfway and wave at you as it's going by, and then hit you with 60, 70 mile per hour RFD winds. So, yeah, that's the thing here. And I'm noticing that the line looks like it may be trying to thin out a little bit. If that's the case, then, and I say thin out, the main line narrowing a bit. If that's the case, then it could indeed be trying to start a weakening trend. Which, hey, that's cool by me. Because if it does, I'm going to bed here in about 2 hours. Oh man, pushing it to stay up past midnight these days. So at this point, from we'll measure it here from my house in Shenandoah. Well, I'm not actually in Shenandoah subdivision, but I border it, and that's all you stalkers get. The straight line to the leading edge is 32 miles, so it'd be here in about an hour, right around midnight. But it's got this stuff out ahead of it, so some of this isolated stuff could is going to get us before the main event. I want to look on the back side of this as well. See if this updates. 1047, 1053. Let's see if we can force an update. There it is, 1052. I can look down here towards Intercoastal City for you guys. There, right there. Couple of little notches, multiple little notches in here trying to spin something. So, and that's I mentioned that yesterday. Um, and I usually do when we get these uh, QLCS squall lines that when I see it on future radar with those notches, I always explain that to everybody. That's where you're going to see your tornadoes is along the leading edge or just inside the leading edge. And now we got a storm report out of Rain, uh, between Rain and Crowley. Uh, Shed blown away off of Ebenezer Road. So I don't know if that was a new shed or a derelict shed, but they definitely got some winds over there. We need to get back. I'm gonna keep an eye on things here. Let's get back to regular radar because I'm switching back and forth between velocity west rotation and right and uh, the rainfall. If I see something that looks really suspect, then I go into correlation coefficient and look for a debris signature. That's pretty intense up here in West Feliciana, just west of St. Franceville there. Let's see. There's some pockets, a lot of pockets of hail up there, but I don't think they're hitting the ground. If they are, they're very, very small pellets. That's some pretty intense wind and rain right there. Look at that again there. There's inflow. FFD, RFD, boom, right there. Let's go back to that. Just passed over New Roads. It's on the east side of New Roads now. You're still getting some winds in that area. South side of New Roads, seeing some gusty winds, 40, 45 maybe close to 50 in some areas. Uh, as it gets close to that area, weak rotation there. Well, we don't start to see it curl up there. And that is embedded, so again, you're not going to see this if it produces a tornado because that's torrential rainfall that is it's trying to drop down in. You're not going to see it. So again, if you're in the warning, this is why I try to show you guys this to give you a better idea of who's likely to be directly impacted by any potential touchdown and who may get by unscathed, as well as who's next in line downstream. So, that's why I specialize in this stuff at. When did this one come out here? 10:54. So this just came out, brand new tornado warning. And let's get back here to regular radar. So this is going to go until 11:45. Uh, Severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and straight line wind damage were located near Centerville, 14 miles northwest of Clinton, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Moving east at 50 miles per hour. ETA into Centerville right around 11. So it's just about on you. Um, and the specific wording from the National Weather Service: take cover now. Avoid windows. If outdoors in a mobile home or a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. This cluster of thunderstorms is capable of producing tornadoes and widespread significant wind damage. Don't wait to see or hear the tornado. In addition, torrential rainfall is occurring with this cluster of storms, and localized flash flooding could result. And here we go for me. Probably severe thunderstorm warning. That's my NOAA weather radio. The National Weather Service in New Orleans has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern West Baton Rouge Parish in southeastern Louisiana, St. Helena Parish in southeastern and there it is. Southeastern West Feliciana Parish. It's up here for Amy, St. Helena, East Feliciana, East Baton Rouge, and northern Livingston above I-12. You'll see it color in it here in a minute. Let me go lower that volume. And you have to manually turn the volume down on those things. There it is. Um, and even if you do, the next warning that comes across is going full blast sound, max sound. So I think I've slept through once or twice. Alright, so this tornado warning was allowed to expire. Let's take a look and see. We still got some weak foolishness going on, but for the most part, it's kind of fizzled. But you see this curved section right here? I'll zoom in on it. Glenn, you're about to get nailed. I'm not talking about a name of a person, Glenn. I'm talking about the town of Glenn. You're right there on the nose of that. It's 40, 50 mile per hour winds at least going through there. That's a little Boeing segment. Liberty, you're not. You may have got a warning on your phones. If you haven't, you're right on the very outer edge of this tornado warning. Get ready. Thompson, maybe. Peoria, maybe goes north of you. Same with Summit, Macomb, Magnolia. But wait, there's more. Who said it? God rest his soul. Still watching this little notch right here between Port Hudson and New Roads. It's coming across the Mississippi River there. Looks like it's might be trying to get wound back up. If it does, they'll warn it again. So Lindsay, Slaughter, Ethel, stay alert. Same with Port Hudson. Zachary, Fred, it's going to stay north of y'all. Jackson probably stays south of town. Clinton, hard to say. If it maintains a more eastward trajectory, you're safe. I'm just watching this outflow right here. Let's say outflow, this Boeing segment. Y'all, I'm tired. Well, I'm switching back for those of you who may be just joining. I'm flip-flopping back and forth between rainfall reflectivity, wind velocities and direction, normalized rotation, correlation coefficient, or CC for short, where we look for a debris signature, and have other tools that I really have no need to use at this point. 1 hour rainfall just here in the last hour, upwards of 1 to 2 inches. So that forecast was generally pretty close. I said 1 to 2, maybe 3 inches locally, hot spots, but generally across the board 1 to 2 inches for most with this. So Crosby, Gloucester. This may have just got canceled. 11. shading just disappeared. So, hey, no. And the warnings generally, the tornado warnings generally aren't for that long, simply because the areas of rotation aren't lasting that long. You may get it 5, 10 minutes. It may fizzle out in a minute or two. That's just the nature of this type of event or phenomena with these QLCS squall lines coming in. I'm more concerned with now we're starting to see multiple Boeing segments along it. Thankfully, we're not seeing any uh, prefrontal confluence bands streaming in close, just ahead of the front. A little bit out here through Iberia, St. Martin, Iberville Parish, and West Baton Rouge, but uh, and that's too close to do any produce anything. But we had something like uh, maybe streaming in from the Gulf, moving through Pierre part of Morgan City and through Baton Rouge. At this point in time, I would be more concerned that we might see some supercells that could potentially produce, but such is not the case. So um, this is more with the tornado threat embedded along and just inside this line, and it's a narrow line, and it could very well split into different separate segments. So we'll see what happens. But weather seldom does what you forecast it to do. 'Haley Jones, Baker. You should be getting some rains up through Baker and Zachary and Slaughter right now. The leading edge of it's just a few miles off to your west, and crossing the river now, moving through Port Hudson, Devil Swamp, and those areas. Uh, it's 11:07 now, probably 11:20. Ah, here we go. New tornado warning. You just saw it right there. This was going until 11:45. Port Hudson, Lindsay, Slaughter, Ethel, Bluff Creek. Moving east at 35. There it is right there. North side of Port Hudson, Lindsay, Slaughter, Ethel. But more immediately, Lindsay and Port Hudson residents. You should be in your safe spot or moving there now. Anybody along 61, Central and Pride, yeah, you're at risk for the T word. Depends on if this weakens. If it doesn't, then I'd say yeah. And they did issue a risk continues downstream to one. Okay, so yes, a new tornado watch is forthcoming here very, very soon. And that's going to go all the way across. So, um, just from what I'm looking at here, favorable quarter for tornadoes in the near term. So, yes, uh, Dance Bajo has just been outlined. Got really nice curved photographs. Um, Stand by. They're going to go all the way to Mobile, Alabama, up through Laurel. Natchez will be back included in it for the moment. Uh, Macomb, you're still going to be in it until this line gets past you. Again, once this passes your location, you're done with severe weather. Once this main line, however bragly it's looking right now, once that passes you, severe weather threats done for you. You can go to sleep. I'm gonna need to fire up Weather Studio here because I'm gonna have to post a new watch on the page. And here we go again.
The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning. Ascension Parish in southeastern Louisiana, West Baton Rouge Parish in southeastern Louisiana, southwestern Livingston Parish in southeastern Louisiana, Iberville Parish in southeastern Louisiana, southwestern East Baton Rouge Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northwestern Assumption Parish in
Look at the
southeastern
lightning
Louisiana until
icons.
midnight Central Standard Time.
Holy
At
cow.
11 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located
Let me
along a
turn that
line
off.
extending from 6 miles west of Baker to near Rama to near Lydia, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expects damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Baton Rouge, Denham Springs, Gonzales, Donaldsonville, Plaquemine, Port Allen,
Yeah, let me
Charles
turn this
Place,
down.
St.
Hold on.
Gabriel, Walker, Otis, Lilly, White Castle, Livingston, Sorrento, French Settlement, Rosedale, Port Vincent, Grosshead, Westminster, and Geismar. This includes the following interstates: Interstate 10 in Louisiana between mile markers 136 and 182. Interstate 12 between mile markers 1 and 28. Interstate 110 in Louisiana between mile markers 1 and 5. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spawn a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 2 a.m.
So,
Central
Clinton,
Standard Time
you
for
are not in
southeastern
the clear.
Louisiana.
I
Repeat, a
repeat,
severe
Clinton,
thunderstorm
you are
warning
not
will
in
be
the
issued
clear at
until
this
12
time.
a.m. Central
You
Standard
got
Time
at least
Sunday
another
for
hour
all
yet.
parishes.
The worst hasn't even got to you yet. Jackson, you're not in the clear. Laurel Hill. If you're east of Highway 61, you're under the gun. If you're west of 61, down to Port Hudson, you're good. South of Port Hudson, negative. Again, you see these darker shades of red, that's your main line segment. Squiggly little snake right here. Alright? Until that passes you. Look, most of you have radar apps on your phone. You should have GPS enabled where it shows you a dot where you are. You can zoom in and you can see. And if that line, it's moving from left to right. So if this line has passed you, have a good night. If it hasn't gotten to you yet, welcome to Saturday Night Fight Club. Brookhaven, no, you're not going to sleep yet. Forget about it. Don't make me bring the Italian out in me. Alright, so we've had multiple severe thunderstorm warnings just get issued. Tornado warnings still popping. The one for the north of Baton Rouge, and one in Amite County near Liberty. Uh, those are the two only valid tornado warnings for the moment. I expect more.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for your location.
Thanks, Steve. A little late to the show. French settlement. Well, as you can see, the line is still way off to your west. It's going to be a long night for French settlement. Yeah, and the dog wants out. So y'all, I'm going to go let her out one last time before this stuff moves in. Um, I'm going to mute this. I'm going to leave the radar where it's at. I'll be right outside the door there. So, wait, what? Whoa, this can't be right. Doosan, Mesonet. And Mesonet's an official reporting station. It says it measured 132 mile per hour wind gust. I'm going to question that. I wouldn't. It wouldn't surprise me because I've seen 110 indicated over on the south side of Lake Charles around the 210 loop over there. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, it's that. Nope, there it is. No. Yeah, I think that was an erroneous reading. And Pine Prairie, 923. Numerous trees, power lines down, minor damage to home, possible tornado. A lot of storm reports today and tonight. Hoping it's kind of starts to settle down, but right now, it's really, it's kind of being temperamental. She's wanting to ease up a little bit, but Mother Nature wants to continue the argument. But there it is, northeast side of Slaughter. Up here in Liberty, it's moving through Liberty now. There's another one headed for Smithdale. All kind of little spin on this line, and it's been steady like that all day long. And I don't think it's going to ease up because they're fixing to issue a brand new tornado watch. No, they did. They just did. Hold on. Let me get y'all put over here. All right. So now things get interesting. So you can see it goes way over. It goes all the way to Fort Walton Beach, Niceville, and whoop, get over here. And it goes way up towards Meridian. Bigger area than what I thought. So this will cover everybody that was not in a tornado watch today in southeast Louisiana. You are now, and that's gonna go until I know you just didn't. 5 a.m. No man, I'm gonna be sleeping at 5 a.m. long before 5 a.m. So, of course, it's gonna be out of Louisiana by then. So once this stuff clears the major areas, it's night night time. Actually, before I forget, I know. Hold on. The dog's getting restless. She wants out real quick. And I'm gonna step away for a few minutes to let her do her business. I'll be right back, y'all. All right, come on, come on, hurry up. Bluff Creek, you need to be in your safe spot. Macomb, Magnolia, Fernwood, Summit, safe spot. Pricedale, Holmesville, you're next in line. Those purple polygons are tornado warnings. Well, this one just in East Feliciana, northeastern EBR just got expired. Yeah, it's fizzling. That's a good thing. So a sporadic tornado still can't be ruled out, but the primary threat, I think, at this point, at least for southeast Louisiana, at this point in time, pockets of damaging straight line winds. Not everybody's going to see those. Some of you will. Remember, you guys can turn your devices sideways, or since we're on YouTube, you can stream us straight from your TV and watch us on the big screen. Some of you may have not heard about it, but well, we're not going to go into the e-files as I call them. I'm already doing that on my own page, my personal page, but a lot of big happenings with that. Lord have mercy. Oh yeah, it does let you zoom in. That's a first. I didn't know it could do that. I'm having to use my phone because OBS nor the browser's bringing up chat. Hammond, probably 11:45, somewhere around 12:30ish. No, I don't have the watch turned on here. It actually got extended way to the east. However, if you're on the backside of this line, then yes, the severe threat has come to an end for you. Take away the radar. They still haven't trimmed it back. They should be doing that shortly, though. Audio up's good. Try checking your phone, or if you're on a laptop or computer. Laptop audio only goes up so much, so can't help you there. John Thomas over there in Washington Parish. About another hour before it gets to y'all. The line's really looking ragged right now. We'll see what happens moving forward. You see, it goes way out into the Gulf, so there's still a lot of fuel that is pulling out of the Gulf. Gonzales and I around I-10. Well, you're under severe thunderstorm warning. You're under tornado watch, and the worst hasn't even got to you guys yet. I'm just up the road from you, but I'm hearing that wind out there, and that rain is slamming up against my front window. Might want to close these blinds, curtains. And like a dummy, I don't have my headphones on. I got them and my mic is sitting on my desk. I'm taking my phone because I'm using my phone to monitor chat, and I'm sitting here trying to talk to y'all on my phone instead of my headset microphone. Well, hey there, Melissa.
The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning.
In case y'all are wondering what that was, that's a little app I have called Storm Shield, and it's never failed me. So the worst of it's just starting to arrive right here at my location. You see it, worst of it's just about a half mile off to the west of me there. And that's as specific as I'm going to get on my location.
Heavy rain has been detected near your location.
Yeah, and in the description of the live stream there, it should be, it tell you Venmo and Zelly. That's the only two ways I take donations. Christ, let me peek out back because I got to check on the out back here. Hold on. Tangipahoa, Livingston, St. James,
Thunderstorm warning for Central St. John the Baptist Parish in southeastern Louisiana, Ascension Parish in
portions of
southeastern
Assumption.
Louisiana, St. James Parish in southeastern
You'll see it
Louisiana,
shaded in here yellow here in just a second.
southeastern Louisiana, Southern St. Helena Parish in southeastern Louisiana,
The
Livingston
National
Parish in
Weather Service has
southeastern
issued a
Louisiana,
severe thunderstorm
southeastern
warning.
Iberville Parish in southeastern Louisiana, Tangipahoa Parish in southeastern Louisiana, eastern East Baton Rouge Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northern Assumption Parish in southeastern Louisiana, until 12:45 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 11:58 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Wheelerville to near Livingston to near White Castle, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expects damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Baton Rouge, Hammond, Denham Springs, Gonzales, Donaldsonville, Plaquemine, Greensburg, Napoleonville, Amite, Oak Hills Place, St. Gabriel, Ponchatoula, Walker, Amite City, Gramercy, Rutherford, White Castle, Livingston, Independence, and Sorrento. This includes the following interstates: Interstate 10 in Louisiana between mile markers 158 and 197. Interstate 12 between mile markers 1 and 52. Interstate 55 in Louisiana between mile markers 13 and 57. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Torrential rainfall is occurring with these storms and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. A tornado watch remains in effect until 2 a.m. Central Standard.
Like the only bit of spin I'm seeing right now is up in the Mississippi. Maybe a little something trying to develop over here west of Morgan City, over there by the airport in Patterson, just north of Patterson there. Keep an eye out down there in portions of St. Mary and Assumption Parish. And here's a fun fact from earlier today when this thing was way over here. Well, from basically Natchitoches, straight line all the way across to western Mississippi, down to the Gulf, this entire line on that segment, or the segment of that line, has been severe warned across the entire state, with I think a dozen and a half tornado warnings issued already this evening and this afternoon. So this is why I say, even with these lower tier risks, where we show you a level on a scale of 1 to 5, this was a level 1, level 2 event, with 5 being a high risk, which is rare. Maybe once every 10 years we get a high down here. More often than anything, it's a moderate risk is the highest of what we usually see down here. So even with those very low tier risks, you never know. And this is why I say, no matter the risk level, when I put those graphics up, if you're in one of those risk areas, you prepare like you're going to get severe weather at your location. As I say, that's just prudent planning. So I-55 from Summit southward to the state line won't be much longer. I-55 southward to New Orleans, or to the I-10 junction. Gonna be a while yet. And just for y'all down here in the southern reaches, including New Orleans, North Shore is gonna be done with it before y'all. Now, just because the North Shore might be clear, won't mean the South Shore will be clear. Still a ways to go yet. It looks like it's trying to tighten back up again, this line, and kind of it matured or developed, matured, and then kind of started to weaken a little bit. But it looks like it's trying to get its act back together again, at least to some extent. But it's holding its own. So we'd be past Millerville. Well, if you look, Millerville is up in this area here. Another 30 minutes or so. Another 30, 45 minutes for Baton Rouge metro area here. Now, if you're up by the airport, Baker, Zachary, Slaughter areas, you're good. Y'all can go to sleep. West Baton Rouge, good night. Same with Point Capee, East West Feliciana. Sleep well. Most of Iberville, except for town of Iberville, St. Gabriel, Carville, White Castle, y'all still got a little ways to go yet. Plaquemine almost out of it. Bayou Sorrel, yeah, give it another 15, 20 minutes and then y'all can go to bed too. So, Franklin, Jeanerette, New Iberia, St. Martinville, Lafayette. If you didn't get damage, have a good night. Thank you for tuning in. Everybody else, go ahead and make a pot of coffee. Florida and airline, yep. You over there, well, I'm not going to dox you, but I know the area. It's up here. So, but yeah, um, it's slacked off a lot. You still got a little bit coming up the back side of it. Probably another 20, 30 minutes, and then y'all can go to sleep. It's still going to be probably a little while for me here along Tiger Bend here in Baton Rouge. So, again, it's just moving in. Upper Tangi. Halfway through Livingston. About halfway through Ascension Parish. Just about out of Iberville. Still a little while down there on the eastern side of Iberville Parish, which I just showed y'all. So again, still a ways out before this thing is over with. I'm waiting to see if we get any new downstream severe thunderstorm warnings for the rest of Assumption. Uh, to include probably Terrebonne, down there in the Thibodeau area. It's trying to really thin out, but it's had a flare back. If somebody asked about lightning, well, let me turn these off, and you can see um, this is only cloud to ground strikes. It doesn't include cloud to cloud lightning, which can be pretty vivid at times. But if you count it all, I showed you on Weather Studio, boy, it is lit up. So that's why I only have it on this particular product. It's just strictly cloud to ground. So there is a fair amount of lightning out there. Uh, 6,209 strikes just along our within this red circle here. So um, there's that. I usually keep the lightning underneath so that it doesn't interfere with seeing the actual radar returns and stuff that I need. Still some little sketchiness, a little something down here right on the north side of Morgan City. And a new tornado warning. And this is going to be for Donaldsonville. That popped up pretty dang quick. Donaldsonville, Belterre. I want to say Belterre. Belterre. Union, welcome. Burnside is probably it's going south of y'all. Unless it takes a drastic turn to the left. But it could. So this new tornado warning just issued a couple minutes ago. It's going to go until 1 a.m. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and straight line wind damage were located over Donaldsonville, moving east at 40. Ain't hazard tornado. ETA in the Convent 1220. Gramercy, Lutcher, North Vacherie around 12:30 a.m. And I-10 mile markers 186 to 197. And torrential rainfall is also occurring, as you've seen. So there it is right there. It's not impressive, but it's there nevertheless. There's your little coupler right there. Oop, there it is. Just west side of Union there. Let me go take a look at something here. I don't see a CC drop. We got it on that right. Yep, right there. Winds in excess of 60 knots, 62 knots. It's around 65 miles per hour. Don't have a TVS, but that don't mean nothing. There is a little something there. Enough so, and there's that little notch right here. as you come in. So this is embedded rotation right here in this area here. Now if I put the marker right there just for reference, here's Union right here. Alright, when we go to velocity, it's actually a little bit right in that area. So pretty close on radar, but you can see we moved just a little bit. So the rotation is embedded in very, very, very heavy precipitation. If it were to drop a drill bit, you're not going to see it. And odds are, as heavy as the rain's falling, you're not going to hear it either. Again, and that's headed in general direction: Garyville, Edgard, Laplace, Frenier, Hanville, etc., 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 Mons, Taft, Norco. You're not in it, but it's headed in your general direction, so it probably dissipates by long before it gets to you guys. But for the time being, if you've gotten the alert on your phones, be very mindful. I'm giving you a very specific location, targeting where that area of rotation is at. And it doesn't matter what trajectory it's on, it could turn left or right, and just a slight deviation would mean missing one town and nailing another. So that's why these polygons are on average of about 10 miles, 15 miles wide, and maybe 20 long. It gives a specific margin of error, and there it is right here, along Highway 70. Just about to get to the junction between 70 and 18 there in Union. So if you're in that area, you should already be in your safe spot. That's a pretty good Boeing segment right there too. Hopefully the amount of tornado warnings backs off and eases up versus, and there we go, new severe thunderstorm warning about to pop up just for the areas I'd mentioned a few minutes ago. But hopefully the tornado warnings back off a bit, and we just need to deal with pockets of strong to damaging thunderstorm wind gusts. You'll see this shade in Thibodeau, Gibson, Gray, Kramer, Supreme, Homa, Terrio, Dulac, and the marsh areas down here. It does not cover Port Fourchon or any of that yet. Not even there yet. So, well, you're gonna, let me switch the tower Doppler. There it is. Sometimes I have to switch radar sites and it gets it. So, there's your new warning. Supreme, the Kramer, Thibodeau, Shriver, Gray, Homa, Ellendale, Gibson, Amelia, Terrio, Dulac. You're just on the fringes of it. But don't worry. You're next. It'll be a little while before it gets to y'all over there in Gray and Homa, and Terrio in those areas. If you got a clear view to the west, you'll see the lightning popping. A few passing showers. I'm starting to see, you see these isolated renegades. That's what I'm starting to worry about more in terms of tornadic activity than I am the squall line. Of course, squall line, sure, because we're already seeing more indications of these notches and bowing segments, but we start getting these renegades building up a little bit further out ahead of this line that may give them time to mature as they come ashore, and then things get interesting. So, um, it's going to be a long night. I don't know about sirens going off for tornadoes. It might be an ambulance or something, or other first responder, fire truck or something. And I don't think they do the sirens, which would sound like the old air raid sirens from the Cold War era days. If you're hearing something like an air raid siren, then that's a chemical plant having an issue and not warning of a tornado. As far as I know, they don't do that down here simply because it's too wide open area, and it gets confused with chemical plant issues. So they may be having an issue with a plant down there somewhere. Let's check in on this and see what this is looking like. I th- oh, there it is. That just updated. Let me get another update for this. Yeah, there's still a little something there. It's past Union and north of Welcome. What is in that area there? Again, the entire line in Louisiana is severe warned up into Pike, Walthall, and Lawrence, Mississippi, Lawrence County. Why? I don't, what is that? How did a melting layer get on there? How did I get out? Oh, there it is. Okay. A special marine warning just issued for Lake Maurepas. Water spouts, wind gusts in excess of 50 knots, and small hail. Lake Marpole and Manshot. If you're down in that area along the water, getting ready to move into your safe spot. It's trying, boy, it's wanting to. That's gonna cross I-10 instead of paralleling it. That was a big jump. When we go back one frame, you can see it went from here to here. That's why I say these things have a tendency to want to turn sometimes, and when they do, you can either go up on the northern edge of the polygon or make a right turn and head for the southern edge of the polygon. That's why they give themselves a margin of error uh, when they put out these warnings with the polygons. Monticello, Mississippi, confirmed tornado. That would be under Jackson's purview, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, that's under Jackson. We can switch on that radar real quick for up there. Well, it's past Monticello. Purple box is a tornado warning. Above 84, crossing 27. That would be here. Three miles. Yeah, they did say confirmed tornado near Winella, near Monticello, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. That no wonder. Oh, look at that. There's a debris signature. Holy cow! Look at that. Jesus Christ. What you're looking at right there here in Mississippi, on the east side of Monticello, that is classic tornado debris signature. You're looking at reflections of debris being lofted in the air by the tornado. And to be that big, that had to be a pretty big friggin' tornado. Wow. On the backside? You kidding me? That's crazy. Holy cow. Well, you see it right there. That's when you know a tornado is on the ground. And you're not going to get debris up at 3,000 feet from straight line winds. Just not happening. That's a strong vortex. And see how high up we can see debris. There's 4,000. A little bit up at around 7,000. That's a pretty stout tornado up there. Holy cow. That's heading in the general direction of Silver Creek and possibly Prentice and Mount Carmel. New Ebron? Wow. And here I am worried about down here. Holy cow. Boy, y'all got nailed up there. I need to check on this because this is headed towards New Orleans here on this one. There you are. Hello. Right in here. Right along I-10 is where it's at. North of Lutcher. This is why I say you never ever let your guard down, no matter the risk level. We were level 1, level 2 today, out of a possible 5. The 5 being the worst. Now, even though this entire line is severe warned, with a gazillion tornado warnings today, we may have only had 2 confirmed tornado touchdowns out of all of it. But not again, and I always pointed out, not everybody's going to see 60, 70 mile per hour winds in these things. It's going to be localized to specific areas. You're not going to get 60, 70 mile per hour winds along this entire line. There'll be little pockets of that type of stuff. So when somebody says, "Oh yeah, we wasn't a warning, we didn't get nothing," and then you see on news media where just a half mile down the road you got half a subdivision obliterated. Morgan City, Patterson Memorial picked up a peak wind gust of 45 miles per hour, well below severe threshold. So next up, the rest of Washington Parish, St. Tammany. I bet a box of chocolate moon pie minis y'all go under a severe thunderstorm warning. No, I take that back because they monitor this feed, these streams. Y'all ain't about to sell me out. I know y'all over there in Slidell. y'all, y'all wait and put out a special weather statement instead. I ain't gonna fall for that. Nah, but anyhow, um, I was talking about the suits over at the National Weather Service. Anyhow, but no, we'll see what happens. It looks like maybe the southern branch may be trying to weaken a little bit south of the tornado warning, but pockets of sporadic stuff. But from Convent northward, that's a different story. I'm still watching these little renegades down here coming ashore in Terrebonne. Still a little bit too close to the main line, I think, to present an opportunity for them to really get rooted and mature. So I don't think those are going to produce. But hey, out over the marsh down there, I've learned anything can happen. So New Orleans, probably 45 minutes before it starts knocking on your door in that area. Covington, Mandeville, probably 30 minutes or so before it starts knocking on your door. East Baton Rouge, you're in the clear. St. Helena, almost, not quite. East West Feliciana, good night. Point Capee, good night. West Baton Rouge, Iberville, you're done, good night. St. Martin, Iberia, good night. Morgan City, not yet. Soon though. The rest of y'all on the east side of the line, go ahead and make your pot of coffee. I don't think those were tornado sirens. They don't sound them down here. Simply because the plants use those sirens, those exact type of sirens to warn the public of something happening at the plant. So it's probably a plant issue. No, you've got areas of spin in that line. You, you're not to let your guard down. Not until it's past your location. Christopher Luttrell, you want to do this stuff up in Mississippi? What I do? I've been doing this probably longer than you've been born, son. So uh, you got to know your stuff. Dad bod game. He came through wet and wild for a bit. Not too bad right now in Hammond. Don't start talking about wet and wild stuff because then you're going to get Jesse Venturello on here making a cameo. You know how he is on his weather page. With somebody starts talking about wet and wild. I still say that's his wife. I've been knowing Jesse a long time, like 20 years now, something like that. No, it's been about 15. The yellow spiny thing. What? I don't know what you're talking about. A yellow spiny thing. I mean, there's yellow for rainfall. There's yellow severe thunderstorm warning polygons out. There's a purple one for a tornado warning that's out there. Be more specific. Sunshine Bridge out of power. What side? The east side or west side of the river? The yellow. Oh, you mean the little circles? That denoting areas of rotation. Some of those are ghost images. It doesn't do good picking up on the actual real good. I can show you right now. It shows spin, but there's literally not a whole lot there. Look at normalized rotation. You can see it's already past there. That's actually your gust front along the leading edge. Actually, let me turn them off because I seldom use those simply because they don't show up where they're supposed to be. Spinny? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I got more tornadoes warnings popping up there in Mississippi. Prentice towards Collins Seminary. It's all headed for Laurel, Ellisville, Moselle, Hattiesburg. Right now, we're just waiting and see. I'm just continuously scanning, and guess what? St. Tammany, the rest of Washington Parish, portions of Pearl River, you just went under a severe thunderstorm warning. It does not include the towns of Pearl River, St. Joe, Slidell, and Eden Isle yet. That'll come a little bit. Basically, the east side of Highway 11. I mean, the west side of Highway 11. You'll see it color in here in a second. That's going to include Angie, Varnado, Bogalusa, Zona, Sun, Bush, Tausheek, St. Benedict, Covington, Madisonville, Mandeville, Lacombe, Folsom. I don't know why there's such a delay in the shading. Come on, this software doesn't have the shading by default. It's add-on software that I use each month, subscription based, and sometimes it takes it longer than I'd like. I thicken the line up a little bit so you can see it better. We may be on a weakening trend to an extent. There's still some pockets of, you know, 50, 60 mile per hour winds in this stuff. So as long as that's being noted on radar, they're going to keep issuing warnings as this tracks across the state. So the line's still strong enough to prompt severe thunderstorm warnings, but thus far, no more tornado warnings since the last one that we just As for Central Paris and St. John the Baptist, that's kind of fizzled. And that's been the nature of this stuff. It'll spin up, but Mother Nature won't drop a drill bit. I think she did in a couple places to our west today, earlier this evening, but for the most part, I think here in southeast Louisiana, we went got through for the most part unscathed, and I don't see any official storm reports of damage or anything yet for southeast Louisiana, which they don't always come out as soon as it's reported. It depends on if they got the manpower and how busy they are. If they're short staffed and with stuff like this, and no sooner I spoke, boom, both at the same time. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to include St. Charles, uh, eastern portions of New Orleans, or western portions, Kenner, Metairie, River Ridge, Harahan, and then more importantly the tornado warning for Folsom. That's going to include Zona, Sun, and Bush. You're on the fringe of it. St. Benedict is going to go north of you. Let's see if we can get a look at what they're looking at. Oh, right there. Right up in here. Yep. Ooh, new scan update. Let's see. Unrise update. Oh, yep, there it is. Two of them. Two little spinners. We got twins. Hello. So, I don't see a CC drop, so there's nothing on the ground indicated yet. But we got two areas just crossing into St. Tammany Parish now, uh, just west of Folsom. They may split, go north, and one goes south of Folsom. So if you're in that area, but even Folsom, y'all go ahead and move into your safe spot. There's another little spot up here that's suspect. Now, I guess I spoke too soon. I should have just kept my mouth shut. Because usually no sooner than I say something, Mother Nature says, "Oh, hold my beer for me." Like, nah, I don't drink beer. I don't drink. If I do, it's Malibu, Caribbean rum, every once in a great while. With a splash of pineapple soda. See the yellow polygon? That is a tornado warning. It'll shade in here in just a second. Why we're not getting any warning? Let me shut that off. I think it was lagging my computer. What's the blue outlines? Interstates. And the blue lines, that's interstates. 50, 55, 12 going across, 59, and I-10, 610, blue is easier to discern through the color spectrum here. So took it long enough to get shaded in. There you go. And that is headed in the general direction of Bogalusa. I know y'all gonna hate me for calling it that. The teal blue. Oh, the teal. Okay, or turquoise. Yeah, those are special marine warnings. Those are special marine warning is actually severe thunderstorm warning out over the open water. They differentiate between the two for some odd reason, but that's way above my pay grade. And we got another one. That third one I showed you up above, they just warned it. So now we got one, two, three. Mother Nature's decided she's gonna go out with a bang on the North Shore tonight. Yep. Well, you're looking at it there. Just south of Franklinton, just cross Highway 25. We're just crossing Highway 25 now. The same down here near Folsom. North side of Folsom and coming up on the south side. They'll stay north of St. Benedict. Sun, Zona, Varnado, Bogalusa, Angie, still a ways away from you, and they may fizzle and dissipate by the time it gets close to you. But there could be something new spin up by the time it gets to you in about 30 minutes or so. So, um, I think the bottom segment is trying to weaken. But north of Vacherie on up, that's all still in play. Livingston Parish, I salute you. Have a good night. Ascension Parish, you may go to sleep. St. Helena, East West Feliciana, East Baton Rouge, West Baton Rouge, Iberville. Have a good night. Your threat's over. So if you're watching off the Facebook link and you don't have a YouTube account, you're not going to be able to comment. You can comment on the post that I made on the Facebook page, which I'm not monitoring because it doesn't show up on the YouTube chat. But if you want to chat, then you need to go into the app and then come to the live stream. Otherwise, you're not gonna be able to chat. I don't know why you don't. Nobody wants a YouTube. Everybody says, "Oh, I don't want a YouTube account." I'm like, okay, whatever. But then they want to comment. I'm like, okay, but not saying it's you, but a lot of others did. So if you want to jump in the chat, you got to get on the actual YouTube live stream. I stopped doing lives on Facebook because they delete them after 30 days. I've had over probably 5, 6 terabytes of data or of live streams erased by Facebook. All of us have. All the live streamers, they did that too. So I tell Zuckerberg he can take his AI data centers and shove them. He shouldn't be fooling with AI anyways. One evil dude. So anyhow, it looks like things are trying to quiet down somewhat. But still strong enough to create pockets of severe strength, thunderstorm wind gusts, and as you can see, a few spin ups enough to prompt tornado warnings. There they are, 3 spinners. Spinners were a favorite band of mine when I was a kid. How many remember them? Rubber Band Man, Rubber Band Man. Y'all remember that song? I was a kid back then. I miss those days. But y'all are getting pounded up there in Mississippi. And that was kind of long tracking, if it's the same one. Of course, radar weakens going up that far with this software. I'd have to switch over to Jackson radar to get a better look. But I got to concentrate here on our area. Again, turn your device sideways for a better view. If you want to comment, you turn it back upright, make your comment, and then turn it back sideways. Gives you a better view. If you're on your home computer or stream it from your TV, then you're good to go. In Houma, HELL, no, not yet. Killian, I will show you. Yes, the tornado watch has been canceled, as I said before, for Livingston Parish. You may go to sleep. Have a good night. Thank you for tuning in. As I said, once this line passes your location, you're done. Go to sleep. Sleep well. Unless you have interest in the path of the line, um, or just here to hang out and chill, that's cool too. But anyhow, Lutcher, Lutcher, no, no, you may not. Not time yet. What you mean, why isn't anyone covering those storms? Do the suits ever cover them? Especially after they go out to the air at 10:30? Unless it's a high impact event, they're going to sleep. Again, still got a couple of areas of spin. It's still pronounced. Those are holding together. So let's put this one here first, and then we go back. Right there in that notch, right there. That's where it's at. And then we go back, and I'll show you the next one here. And we show you the radar. And you can see right on the leading edge of it, there's your little curve. Your inflow notch, as it's called. The air wraps around, and you got your spin right there. So that's embedded in very heavy rainfall. And then the next one's down here. We'll do that. And I'll bring it back up, and you can see that little finger sticking up right there. Now know what it looks like. Just shush it. Let's call it a finger. So you got three distinct areas of rotation. Weak but distinct. And CC drop, nada. So this is rotation above the surface. There's no indication of anything on the ground at this point in time. Line's moving east at about 30-35 miles per hour. And the squall line is scarier in sight and looks than what it actually is. Um, I'll be curious to know just how many storm reports we get out of this, at least for our area here in southeast Louisiana. Um, until things quiet down, probably not going to see them pop up on this map. I have to go to Storm Prediction Center's website where they host that and look from there, but their graphics totally suck. They could do a lot better, but that's government work for you. Anyhow, the entire line in Louisiana continues to be severe warned. That says something. We got another little TVS signature here. Let's see if there's actually anything in that area. Back sign. That's interesting. No, that's embedded. It's on the back side of the radar. Okay, no wonder. Well, I stand corrected then. So, the foolishness continues. Still got three nice little spinners right in a row. Moving right along. They're not far. They're just out, just to the west of Sun and Bush, and right here near Bugaloosa. Ill defined, but there nevertheless. And latest update, latest scan says nothing on the ground. SRV. Oh, yeah. Nice. Was Can't get any more distinct than that. So they're there. They're spin there. They're holding together a lot longer than what I thought they would. Usually they start to fizzle out by now. But again, it's something about these lines that they hold together right before they start moving into Mississippi. It just goes nuts. And I hope that's not the case. In Mississippi and tornadoes, they just don't go well together. I love the countryside of Mississippi, but unless I got a concrete bunker I can go down to that's stocked for about a month worth of supplies underground, I ain't living up there. Especially with a lot of this stuff moving out of traditional Tornado Alley and moving into Dixie Alley, our region of the woods here in the southeastern part of the United States. Um, that's a tale of its own. So, uh, just a sign of the times we're in. I didn't think I'd be up this late, but here we are. Yeah, Hammond, you're in the clear now. In St. James Parish, you're done. Assumption, you're done. Y'all may go to sleep. Have a good night. What's left of it. Hopefully you don't have to get up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. If you do, sucks to be you. Did I say that out loud? I'm sorry. Oh, Lord. I'm in a mood tonight. Just like the full moon and the changing of the tides. Just let it be. Still tracking these three spinners. See better on storm relative velocity. This is the weaker one on the southern end, and then a little bit better defined here on the middle one than the top one. You're like, oh mama, oh mama. And there you go, you can see. Big, medium, small. But three distinct spinners. I don't think they're going to produce and drop anything. Hope, hopefully, I'm right, but if they don't, that's why I say if you're in the warning, you pay attention. You read that warning. It's in effect until 1:30 a.m. So you still got 20 more minutes. And a new tornado warning. Zalman's, Bayou Gosh, Paradise, Mimosa Park, Luling. There you go, right there. Whoop whoop. Yep, there it be. My old pal Christopher Pickett used to be part of the team, and they all moved on. I'm the only one left, the founding member. But uh, he's down there at the Zalman, so I'm sure he probably jumped up out of bed. He's a meteorologist as well, but he doesn't practice in that profession. Pretty good baseball coach too. So anyhow, I thought things were maybe trying to quiet down. Mother Nature wants to spin things sideways and decide she ain't done yet. It's rare that you see a squall like this entirely severe warned across the entire state. And on up into Mississippi. So Mount Olive, from Mount Olive southward, just to get a perspective, place a marker there. See how far they go down to the Gulf. 173 miles of solid severe thunderstorm warnings. How about that? Pretty stout little system. I'll give it that. Would have been nice to have this come roaring through like this, and then on the back side of it we have a 30-degree temperature drop to put us below freezing, and then get some snow. But no, Mother Nature says, nah, I'm bringing spring. Oh man, winter ain't done yet, because you don't put the brakes on this hard with winter. We should be dead of winter right now. In Birmingham, I don't know, James Spann, ain't nobody gonna beat him. He's one of the best. I don't know about up there in Atlanta, William. Lived up there in 86 and 87. Been through there a few times since, but I don't cover weather up there for y'all. South side of the lake, that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, trying to. Even up here on the north side of the lake there. Yep, right there. That's a water spout. Right over the Causeway Bridge, too, baby. Look at that. Yep, right there over the causeway. Dead over the causeway. This line right here, that's your causeway. Mandeville, south, to the north, to the south shore. Oh, it just moved off. We got a new scan. I don't like how 4-minute scans. Are you kidding me? What the hell is that? Let me check something out here, y'all. Hold on. Yeah, figures. Again, there's going to be periodic spins all up and down this thing. This area here looks like it's wanting to weaken. Maybe a token warning there. And just for clarity, I turned the tornado watch box off to have better visual clarity. We already know we're under tornado watch. Some areas under in Louisiana are under watch until 5 a.m. Alright, both tornado warnings were allowed to expire in St. Tammany and Washington Parish. Doesn't mean you couldn't get something try to spin back up again. There's some little sketchiness still about right over the Bogalusa Airport too, just on the north side of it, south of Varnado, and then this one here just north of Sun. So yes, it's going to be loud and boisterous, but so far I don't think she's produced anything on the ground that I've heard. I could be wrong. It's just now hitting New Orleans International Airport. Let's see if we can get a reading. I wish I had their AWAS number. Went south at 14, gusting to 24. Oh, why we ain't got lakefront? Oh, there it is, right there. South at 17. Belle Chase winds gusting to 27 at the Naval Air Station. Got no reading from the airport in Homa. Galliano winds out of the south at 16, gusting to 24. And I know they got a big high-tech weather station down there at Port Fourchon. I wish I could get that data and pull it and put it on here. In fact, let me go check out the APRS and WeatherNet. They may be there with that. If we're getting data like we're supposed to. Should be lit. Oh, that's weird. Usually all that data's there. Oh, they're all centered around New Orleans. That's strange. Sometimes I hate technology because it's not infallible. That's for sure. So right now it's blasting New Orleans International Airport and Kenner. Again, not everybody's going to see severe strength winds or a tornado. Some of you could. Washington Parish, yeah, there's still some spin, but not enough to prompt another tornado warning for the moment. The line's moving through Angie, Varnado, Sandy Hook, Bogalusa. Now, son, you're just starting to get on the back side of it, mainly because it's trying to bow out right there. So that little segment of the line pushing out a little further, faster. I'm gonna step away for a few minutes. I will be right back, y'all. I'm still here, you guys. Woodlands Lakefront Airport. Peak wind gust 44 miles per hour. So Washington Parish, you may go to sleep. Have a good night. Things are beginning to weaken somewhat. But there's still some potent wind gusts embedded within this line. See how far they've trimmed back the tornado watch. They haven't turned back the watch just yet. Actually, the original watch that was going to go until 2 a.m. that has since been expired. And it may not, yeah, it doesn't roll back with time like it does on my other software that I use. But suffice it to say, uh, Washington Parish, you're done. Tangi, you're done. Uh, St. Tammany, almost. Pearl River, St. Joe, Slidell, Eden Isle, another 30, 45 minutes, and then you may go to sleep. Everybody west of this line, Tallahassee, you're good. St. Benedict, Covington, Mandeville, Madisonville, you're good. Livingston Parish, you're done with the severe weather. St. John the Baptist, you're good to go. Uh, St. James, you're good to go. Assumption, St. Mary, Iberia, Everville, y'all are all good. Ascension, you're good too. East West Baton Rouge, Feliciana, Point Capee, St. Helena, you're all good. Sleep well. Terrebonne Parish, Dulac, Terrio, you're done. You may go to sleep. And points west of there, the rest of the western portion of Terrebonne, you're good to go. Houma, Gray, Shriver, Thibodeau, Gibson, Kramer, Vassar, Raceland, you're good. Have a good night. Edgar, Laplace, Frenier, Mott's, have a good night. Hanville, you may go to sleep. Sleep well. Paradise, Desalmas, just about. Oh, you gosh, still a ways to go. Same with Matthews, Lockport, J, LaRose. They've just allowed the severe warning for Terrebonne and Lafourche to expire. We'll see if they issue a new warning or not. If they don't, that's good to go. New Orleans CBD, you're still firmly embedded in it. Same with West Wego, Harahan, Wagaman, River Ridge, Metairie. Kenner's still a little while longer there at the airport. Uh, Gretna, Chalmette, Violet, Algiers, St. Clair, Scarsdale, Stella, Crown Point, Woodmere. Uh, you're still under the gun for a little while longer. It's trying to ramp back up between Poplarville and Picayune. A secondary Boeing segment here. Let's look inside, in between that, see if there's a notch in there. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. That's what I was looking at. There's still some spin in there. Yep, that's right up in here, just inside that Boeing segment. So there's still some sporadic areas of spin being detected in this stuff. Um, there's a little something down here south of Montague, east of Chauvin. All in all, though, it's just winding down for the state. New Orleans proper, probably going to be another 30, 45 minutes into this stuff. And for the most part, it's not too bad. Just some very heavy rain, gusty winds, but nothing serious. But then some of you're seeing upwards of 50, 60 mile per hour winds in a few very isolated, sporadic locations. Power Flash and Slidell. Somebody's out of power there. St. Charles. Well, it depends on what part of St. Charles you're in. If you're up in Paradise, Hanville, St. Rose, uh, probably the Zalmans, you're probably okay to go ahead and head to bed. But if you're in Bayou Gosh, uh, and point south and east of there, give it another 30, 45 minutes. Yeah, Destrehan, you should be all right. And once this line, what's left of it, passes your location, head to bed. Get you some rest. I just mentioned Bayou Gosh. Bayou Gosh, probably give it another 30 minutes, and then you can head to bed. There's still some hot spots localized embedded in this near La Rose and then east side of Montague. That's all heading towards Galliano, Golden Meadow, uh, directly. So even though it's not severe warned in those areas, um, you could still see some gusts of 50 miles per hour. In fact, let me, where is it at here? Yeah, they've got a, you can't see it, but they got a special weather statement out on it. And uh, wind gusts 50 to 55 miles per hour and pea-sized hail, and the line's moving east at 45 miles per hour, so it's picked up a little bit of speed. Um, and that's a pretty big special weather statement because it covers from Yekloski through Jean Lafitte to Lockport, southward through Montague, Cocodrie, which is already past Cocodrie. Well, you got some stuff coming up here out of the Gulf that may impact Cocodrie. Um, Galliano, Golden Meadow, LaRose, Jay, Grand Isle, Leeville, Port Lahash, Port Sulphur, just barely. So Carlisle, Deer Range, you're all in it. What is that there? Oakville, Crown Point, Barataria, you're all up in there in that special weather statement. So special weather statement is the lowest level you could go. The next step is a severe thunderstorm warning. And then they have a couple of classifications, uh, sub-classifications for severe thunderstorm warnings, which will be your basic severe thunderstorm, and then a level 2, which considered considerable damage, and then the level 3, which is destructive. And that's the kind where you will get a wireless alert on your phone. Not sure about one's considered considerable, but the level 3, you will get an alert for that because that's when you're looking at 70 to 90 mile per hour winds. Thankfully, we haven't seen none, and that's usually associated with a derecho. So uh, things are beginning to wind down, and the current severe thunderstorm warning you see here for the New Orleans metro down to Oakville, Crown Point, Scarsdale, Toca, Verret, Chalmette, headed over towards the North Shore and the Slidell, Pearlington. Uh, these last two severe thunderstorm warnings, once those get cleared here shortly, probably won't see any more, at least for New Orleans, but south of there, for Lafourche, portions of Jefferson and Plaquemines and lower St. Bernard, it's possible, but hopefully things stay below severe thresholds, then we can all go to sleep. Wayne County, Mississippi. Well, I don't know exactly where Wayne County's at. I know towns. How far are you up? Are you talking? Okay, there's Wayne's near Waynesboro. Okay, so Lion's just getting into Laurel and Ellisville and Sandersville right now. You still got a little ways to go. You're not under any warnings right now, but you probably will be here shortly. And that's National Weather Service Jackson area responsibility. Yeah. Now, this probably is going to get a downstream warning for you guys in Wayne County. Just be prepared for it. Um, there's a risk for tornadic activity. We'll take a quick look see there. see anything really suspect. Yeah, nothing really stands out. Probably straight line winds if that warning is issued downstream for you guys in Wayne County. So that's the only warning, active warning uh, up there in that region. You got Pearl River and Hancock County, portions of Harrison under a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me get back here to the Hannon radar. There we go. Nothing suspect on radar for rotation in Jefferson Parish. Could be some little isolated spots, but nothing really stands out as imminent. It's really beginning to weaken pretty much. Northern California. Are you serious? You better go home with that. I do not do California. You better go to another channel that covers the whole United States because I don't. I'm primarily southern Louisiana, maybe a little bit of central and portions of southwestern Mississippi, depending on my mood and how I feel. Outside of that, oh, you coming on here to play. I can make you go bye bye, you know that, right? Be nice. I'm tired. I'm ornery right now. Let's not play that game. I actually don't really care much what happens in California. It's not my business. You got an EF5 tornado over there in California. His name's Gavin Newsom. He's tearing your state up. You better go handle business with him first before you come on here playing. I don't think you know about us Cajuns. We don't play that. That's some storm reports coming out of Mississippi. So in Centerville, multiple trees down, and that report come in from broadcast media, and it's possible that was a tornado. And that was at 11 p.m. this evening. So that's like I said, these storm reports they post them up over to National Weather Service when they get time. And if they're starting to put them out now, then that means things are really starting to wind down. So up here south of Bogachetta and north of Summit, tree down the corner of a house on Mount Pleasant, a tree on a vehicle, and a detached carport in Albritton Lane, both in one doesn't continue. And this one here, skirting blown off a trailer, reported multiple trees down. That was near Norfield, which it doesn't name Norfield on the map, but y'all know where that's at. I live there, so um, and I'm sure we're going to see some storm reports come out for South Louisiana as well. You can see the whole plethora of them over here. Acadiana, Southwest Louisiana, and Lake Charles. Well, let me tell you, they got hit bad. Um, Out at the airport, construction materials blown around airport property, damage to jet bridge doors, arms blown off a security gate. And they did have a tornado over there. Whether it actually touched down or not, National Weather Service storm survey. Horse trailer on a Mardi Gras float road returned. Debris was blown into two employee vehicles, two semi-permanent park something. I have to go read the rest of the report of the Storm Prediction Center. In Lake Charles, metal awning torn from a house, destroyed and thrown into power lines. Report of multiple trees, power lines down at this location associated with a strong thunderstorm, possible tornado. That was at 8:30 tonight. We were live here covering all that. Large tree branch down on a home, another part of Lake Charles, west side. Damage to the front entrance doors at the Walmart on the Nelson Road over southwest Lake Charles area along the 210 there. So they got tore up pretty bad over there. The storm reports don't tell the whole story. Crowley got nailed. The shed blown away off of Ebenezer Road. Tree down on I-49 Service Road, southbound there, exit 16 near Opelousas. That was a possible tornado there too. Port received roof damage in Port Barry. One roof cave in and part of another roof was removed from a home. Time estimated by radar that was 10:13 p.m. Pine Prairie, Turkey Creek. Tornado. Numerous trees and power lines down. Minor damage to a home. So this was what they call a low-end severe risk day. Level 1, level 2. And you notice how the news media always plays it down. It's just a level 1, level 2. Don't fall for that, please. When they do that, that's when they go into idiot mode. And I hate when they do that. It doesn't matter what the risk level is. You look at the possible potential threats coming, whether it be tornadoes, straight line winds, gorilla hail, flash flooding, whatever case may be. You look at the threats and you say, okay, well, it's only a marginal level 1 or a slight risk level 2 out of 5. If you say, oh, I'm not going to worry about it, ain't nothing going to happen, that's when Mother Nature's going to turn around and bite you. Right in the spot you don't want to be bit in. And it will get you unalived. Or put in the hospital seriously injured and impaled by flying debris. I see it happen all too often. And if I'm out there wearing one of my weather shirts and I hear somebody trying to talk all big and bad, oh, I ain't worried about no severe weather. That's the kind you're going to be reading an obituary about. Never fails. So don't be that person. If you want to live and you take this lady Mother Nature serious, you don't take her for granted. because as we've seen today and tonight, and now this morning, Mother Nature don't care what we forecast. She's going to do what she wants to do. And it was a classic example. So a severe weather outbreak, significant severe weather outbreak. So not everybody got nailed, but there's a lot of people who did. And next time you see someone say, "Oh, we didn't get nothing here," bring them back here to this live stream and show them all these storm reports, or take them straight to the Storm Prediction Center's website. You tap storm reports, tap for today and yesterday, and you bring up both and say, "Now read." And they say, "Oh, I ain't gonna read all that." And that's when you turn around and look at them, and you just look them dead in the eye and say, "Stupid." Then you turn around and walk away. Distance yourself from people like that. Those people got a death wish. I don't. Mother Nature's already taken care of my health in a different way. And I don't need her dealing with a blow with weather. So, anyhow, as we continue to wind things down, I'm going to get ready to close this live stream here in just a few minutes and try to get wound down enough where I can get my extremely unhelpful beauty sleep, as they call it. Yeah, boy. Getting old sucks, man. We blinked and we went from youth to old. Where did the time go? Holy cow. So, I didn't expect to live to see 50. And now I'm under a year from seeing 60. Definitely not going to see 65. Might see 62, 63. But stuff I got going on in my lungs and the rest of my body going down, and you can't stop it. So I'm near blind anyway, so uh, that makes things difficult. Now I got to stand up nose to nose with my computer monitor trying to read the letters and things on here. Pretty bad. Can't wear glasses anymore either. So because of the eye disorder that there's no cure for. So yeah, old age for me is cursed. No, Rainey. There's no reports of anything so far of the Sunshine Bridge. Now, I'm not monitoring any of the news stations on Facebook or X. My phone is tied into the chat, and my computer is doing a live stream. But while I'm thinking about it, what I can do, let me go to Storm Prediction Center. Let's see, reports over the last 3 hours. That's in Mississippi. No. I don't say they don't have anything on the Storm Prediction Center yet, but that doesn't mean that there won't be something put in at a later date and time. Reading hail reports out of Texas, wind reports. By the way, Lake Charles Regional Airport, they win today's wind blow. They picked up a 72 mile per hour wind gust. Near Lake Arthur, 58 mile per hour wind gust. And then this oddball near Mir or Meyer, however you want to call it, over in Acadia Parish, it supposedly picked up 132 mile per hour wind gust. And that's an official meso station uh, site there. So I'd be extremely interested to find out if that stands or if that's some kind of anomaly. So St. Tammany, you're just about in the clear. Still got some stuff coming up. Probably might miss you, but I'd say by 2:30, y'all can go to bed over there, along with the rest of St. Tammany, Washington Parish. Have a good night. Sleep well. See you next time. New Orleans just a little bit longer, but they're basically staying below severe threshold. And there, see, just what I'm talking about. Look at right there. We got us a Marsh spinner. Let's see if it's kicking up anything out there. Not that I can tell. That new scan just came in. Okay, cool. It's weak. And there's a little bit there. There's all this little embedded weak rotation. Sometimes it gets wound up and then they'll pop a warning on it. Actually, let me look at the vertical wind profile. Yeah. There's really not enough shear at that point, at this point in the atmosphere. So whatever shear is there is relatively weak. I think they're going to start canceling the or trimming the watch back. Even the current one, it goes until 5 a.m. Let's see. There's no storm reports from down there, but the worst of it's just past Galliano now, so you should be okay to go ahead and start winding down for the night. Golden Meadow, just a little bit longer. Leeville, stay alert for about the next 30 minutes or so until it clears your area. Anywhere you see the dark reds, that's part of this line, what's left of it. And until that fully passes you, you stay alert. Right now, not seeing anything severe as far as winds go down here in Terrebonne, Lafourche and Lower Jefferson there. But you never know, things change on a dime with Mother Nature. And given the fact that that the Storm Prediction Center, issued a downstream tornado watch until 5 a.m. for a very wide area across the Gulf Coast, um, and points northward. It's it's safe to say that unless this thing completely breaks apart and fizzles, there's probably still going to be some potential in the Mississippi and Alabama and the Florida Panhandle later this morning. New Orleans. Again, the worst is out of Kenner and Metairie, River Ridge, Harahan, St. Rose. All of St. Charles, y'all can go to sleep. You're done. Have a good night. Orleans Parish, Jefferson Parish, Lower Jefferson, I should say, uh, depending on how you want to look at the lower half of Jefferson, south of Highway 90. Still got a little ways to go yet, but Kenner's just rain now, so the worst has passed Kenner and the airport there. Well, I wish I could superimpose all the data from ADSB flight tracking into this software. I guess that probably mean a place file or fiddling with the source code. And Mike ain't gonna let that happen. So, uh, anywho, I like to see what's flying into New Orleans and what's still in a holding pattern or was in a holding pattern. I bet you they was stack 'em, rack 'em, and packing 'em as this stuff was moving through New Orleans. There's only a few commercial flights at this time of the morning. Anything going in and out is usually cargo. Y'all, this second stream has been on here for about 5 hours or so, 4.5. The previous stream went just under 8 hours. So, with the severe threat pretty much done, it's not zero, but it's not great either. I don't see this making any big impacts. Um, we're going to go ahead and call it a night. And if this line hasn't gotten to you yet over here in Plaquemines, um, make sure you have multiple ways to get weather alerts. So as it stands now, the worst is moving through Jefferson and Lower Lafourche and Grand Isle. You'll get yours here in just a little bit. So um, with that, I appreciate everybody that's tuned in tonight and made an effort to stay informed and stay safe through this. This is why I do it. Been doing it a long, long, long time. So uh, with that, the old man's gonna close it out and try and count some sheep. So until next time, and there will be a next time. It is severe weather season. So until next time, see you later.